Hey there, folks. Welcome to our cozy nook of tales and adventures. Today, like every episode, we're unlocking the doors of imagination to explore new worlds, meet fascinating characters, and experience unique emotions. I promise to take you on an unforgettable journey through the power of words. So, get comfy, grab your favorite drink, snuggle into that perfect spot, and get ready to lose yourself in a new story. Leave the outside world behind for a while and dive with me into the depths of storytelling. If you enjoy our content and want to support the channel, consider hitting that subscribe button and giving the video a thumbs up. Now, without further ado, let's dive into today's story. The Emerald Vale did not appear on any maps of the realm. Those who stumbled upon it by accident rarely remembered their visit, their memories dissolving like morning mist as they passed back through the enchanted fogs that shrouded the valley's borders. Yet the Vale existed a secret paradise of impossible abundance, where cascading waterfalls fed crystalline streams that wound through meadows carpeted with flowers that bloomed in every season. Ancient trees with trunks wider than village cottages formed a protective canopy, their leaves shimmering with an inner light that bathed the valley floor in perpetual emerald twilight. A lion leaf song knelt beside a patch of luminous moonshadow orchids, his fingers hovering just above their delicate silver petals. At 20 summers, he was the youngest of the guardians, the ancient order of herbal masters who protected the Vale and its sacred plants. His dark hair was tied back in a simple knot, adorned with a single owl feather, the mark of an apprentice, not yet granted full standing among the order. "You're testing my patience, Alion," came a stern voice from behind him. Alion suppressed a sigh as he turned to face Master Thorn, the imposing head guardian whose weathered face and silver-streaked beard gave him the appearance of one of the ancient oaks they tended. "These orchids are ready for harvest, Master Thorn," Alion replied, gesturing to the softly glowing blooms. Their light pulses in perfect rhythm with the breath. Thorn's bushy eyebrows drew together. "And yet you hesitate. Again. The council is waiting for these blooms to complete the solstice elixir. I was simply questioning whether we should take them at all," Thorn finished for him. "I can read it in your face, boy. How many times must we have this discussion? Plants of the Vale grow for us to tend and harvest. That is the balance we maintain." A lion rose to his feet, matching the older man's piercing gaze. "And if that balance is wrong, the moonshadow orchid takes 10 years to bloom. We've harvested 3 patches this season alone, because we need them," Thorn replied, his patience clearly thinning. "The boundary mists weaken with each passing year. Without the solstice elixir to strengthen them, who knows what might find its way into the Vale with practiced efficiency." Thorn knelt and harvested the orchids, carefully placing them in a woven basket lined with soft moss. Each plucked flower left behind a small dimming in the ambient light of the grove. "Return to the sanctuary," Thorn instructed, handing Alion the basket. "Tell the council I'll join them shortly." And Alion, his tone softened marginally. "Your compassion does you credit. But the traditions of the Guardians have preserved this valley for thousands of years." Trust in that wisdom, Alion nodded reluctantly and took the path toward the center of the Vale, where the Guardian sanctuary stood, a living structure grown from intertwined trees, their branches woven to form chambers and passages decorated with flowering vines and glowing fungi. The heart of their order, where the rarest and most potent herbal remedies in all the known world were crafted. As he walked, the familiar weight of dissatisfaction settled on his shoulders. Alion had been brought to the Vale as an infant, found abandoned at the misty borders, a fate that many interpreted as the Vale itself choosing him for guardianship. Yet despite lifelong training in herbal lore, he found himself increasingly at odds with the rigid traditions of the order. The path curved around a massive fallen log serving as a bridge across one of the Vale's many streams. A lion paused, noticing something unusual, a single boot print in the soft earth, larger than any guardian's foot and pressed deep, as if its owner carried a heavy burden. He frowned, crouching to examine it more closely. No outsider had breached the mists in his lifetime. Master Thorn claimed the last such incursion had occurred over 50 years ago. Carefully setting down the orchid basket, a lion followed the trail of prints, which led away from the well-worn guardian paths and toward the eastern boundary, the thinnest point in the protective mists. Moving silently as he'd been taught, he slipped between ancient ferns and ducked under low-hanging branches, the emerald light growing dimmer as he approached the Vale's edge. A pained groan stopped him in his tracks. Drawing back a curtain of hanging moss, a lion discovered a man slumped against the gnarled roots of a boundary tree. Blood seeped through the stranger's fingers where he clutched his side, and his face was ashen with pain. A merchant by his dress-fine clothes now torn and muddied, and an empty pack beside him that likely once held valuable goods. The man's eyes flickered open, widening at the sight of a lion. "Help," he rasped, extending a trembling hand that held a small glass vial. The vial contained what appeared to be fine gray ash, yet it moved within the container like something alive, pressing against the glass, as if seeking escape. "Don't let them." Find this before a lion could respond. The man's hand went limp, the vial dropping to the moss-covered ground with a soft thud. His chest still rose and fell, but shallowly he had fallen unconscious. A lion's training took over. He gathered herbs from his pouch, bloodstop moss for the wound, feverfew for infection, and a pinch of dream leaf to keep the man in healing sleep. As he worked to stabilize the stranger, his mind raced. The council would demand the intruder be removed from the Vale immediately, his memories of this place wiped clean by the boundary mist. Such was the law, yet something about the vial troubled him deeply. He picked it up carefully, examining the strange gray substance within. It responded to his touch, swirling toward his fingers through the glass. A chill ran down his spine as he tucked it into a secure pocket. Whatever this was, he sensed it was dangerous, perhaps the very reason this man had fled to the Vale's protection. With the merchant's wound bandaged and breathing steadied, a lion made a decision. He couldn't simply leave him at the boundary as tradition dictated, nor could he immediately bring him to the sanctuary, where the council would brook no debate about his fate. Instead, a lion carefully moved the unconscious man to a hidden grotto he had discovered as a child, a small cave behind a waterfall, where he had often retreated when seeking solitude from the strict regimen of guardian life. After ensuring the merchant was comfortable and well hidden, a lion retrieved the orchid basket and hurried toward the sanctuary. He would deliver the blooms as instructed, but keep the discovery of the stranger to himself until he understood more about the strange substance in the vial. The Guardian Council was in full session when a lion arrived at the sanctuary, 5 ancient masters seated in a circle beneath the central dome, where living branches formed a natural skylight. Conversations fell silent as a lion entered, all eyes turning to the basket of precious moonshadow orchids he carried. "Where is Master Thorn?" asked Mistress Willow, the eldest of the council, her face so lined and weathered it resembled the bark of the trees she tended. "Still at the eastern groves," a lion replied, setting the basket before the council. "He asked me to deliver these while he completes his inspection." Mistress Willow nodded approvingly. "Well done, young leaf song. These will provide the final essence needed for the solstice elixir." She gestured to a guardian apprentice, who stepped forward to take the basket to the alchemy chamber. As the council returned to their deliberations, a lion slipped away, his mind on the unconscious stranger and the mysterious vial. In his private quarters, a modest chamber grown within the living walls of the sanctuary, he carefully removed the vial from his pocket. In the stronger light, the gray substance seemed even more unsettling. It moved with purpose, not like liquid or powder, but almost like tiny particles working in concert. A lion placed it on his workbench and opened his personal grimoire journal, where he recorded observations and theories often too unconventional to share with the other guardians. A soft knock at his door startled him. He quickly covered the vial with a cloth before calling. Enter. The door swung open to reveal a young woman with copper hair braided with morning glory vine Syrah, a fellow apprentice, and perhaps his only true friend among the guardians. The council is asking for all apprentices to help prepare for the solstice ceremony, she said, then narrowed her eyes suspiciously. What are you hiding? Nothing, a lion replied too quickly. Syrah crossed her arms. You're a terrible liar, a lion leaf song. You've found something, haven't you? Another discovery the council won't approve of. Hesitating only briefly, a lion removed the cloth covering the vial. Syrah stepped closer, her expression changing from curiosity to concern. What is that? She whispered. It looks wrong, I don't know, a lion admitted, but I think it's dangerous. A merchant breached the mists today, wounded and carrying this. He begged me to keep it hidden. Syrah's eyes widened in alarm. You found an outsider? A lion, you know the law. He must be returned beyond the mists immediately. He's too injured to move, a lion argued. And I think he was running from something or someone. He seemed terrified. Before Syrah could respond, a commotion erupted outside, shouts of alarm and the sound of running feet. They exchanged a glance before rushing to the window. In the central courtyard below, guardians gathered around Master Thorn, who had just returned. His robes were singed and torn, and a look of grim urgency marked his normally composed features. The eastern boundary has been breached, they heard him announce, his voice carrying in the sudden silence. Something has entered the Vale, something that brings death to all it touches. A lion's hand closed around the vial in his pocket. Whatever substance it contained, he was now certain it was connected to this new threat. As Thorn described withered plants and graying earth where the intruder had passed, a lion remembered the merchant's desperate warning. Don't let them find this. The council quickly organized search parties to locate the intruder before more damage could be done to the Vale. In the flurry of activity, a lion pulled Syrah aside. I need to check on the merchant, he whispered. Cover for me, a lion. This is madness, Syrah hissed. If that substance is what's killing the plants, all the more reason to understand what we're facing, he countered. The council will simply react according to tradition, but this is something new. I can feel it, reluctantly, Syrah nodded. 1 hour. Then I'm coming to find you, whether you like it or not. Slipping away from the sanctuary amid the confusion, a lion raced through the forest toward his hidden grotto. The familiar path seemed somehow changed, the usual vibrant greens dulled. Patches of undergrowth withered as if touched by winter frost. The closer he got to the eastern boundary, the more pronounced the decay became. When he reached the waterfall that concealed his grotto, his heart sank. The normally crystalline water had turned murky, and the plants surrounding the pool were gray and lifeless. Dreading what he might find, a lion slipped behind the falling water into the cave beyond. The merchant was awake, sitting upright against the cave wall. Relief flooded his features at the sight of a lion. You're the one who treated my wound, he said, his voice stronger than before. Thank you. Who are you? A lion demanded. "And what is this substance you carried?" He produced the vial, holding it up in the dim light filtering through the waterfall. The merchant's face drained of color. "My name is Tavrin. I'm a courier from the city of Ironhold. That," he pointed at the vial, "is what they call the Gray Plague. It turns everything it touches to ash. Who created such a thing?" A lion asked, examining the vial with renewed wariness. "A man they call Lord Ashbane," Tavrin replied, his voice dropping to a whisper, as if afraid speaking the name might summon its owner. "Once, they say, he was a guardian of this very Vale." A lion nearly dropped the vial in shock. "That's impossible. No guardian would create something that destroys life, not while they remained a guardian." "Perhaps," Tavrin agreed grimly. "The stories say he was banished long ago for forbidden experiments. Now he rules Ironhold with fear, using the plague to punish any who oppose him." He nodded toward the vial. "I stole that sample from his laboratory. It's proof of what he intends for neighboring kingdoms." A cold dread settled in the lion's stomach. "And now he follows you here, to the source of the knowledge he uses to create this abomination." Tavrin nodded solemnly. "I sought the Vale deliberately, hoping its legendary guardians might know how to counter the plague. I never imagined he would follow so quickly. Outside the grotto, the Vale's very life force was being consumed by an exile's revenge, and the council, bound by tradition and secrecy, had no idea of the true nature of their enemy." A lion clutched the vial, understanding now why he had always questioned their ways. Some knowledge should not be hidden away, but shared to protect all life, within the Vale and beyond. "The forbidden texts," a lion murmured, a plan forming in his mind. "If Ashbane learned to create this plague from guardian knowledge, then the counter to it must exist in the same source." "What forbidden texts?" Tavrin asked. "The original gardening journals of the first guardians," a lion explained, "kept sealed in the deepest chamber of the sanctuary. They contain all the knowledge deemed too dangerous for even most guardians to access." The sound of approaching footsteps silenced them both. A moment later, Sira appeared at the cave entrance, her eyes wide with urgency. "A lion, you need to come quickly. The intruder, it's not a creature or a person. It's spreading like a disease through the eastern sector. Master Thorn says nothing like this has been seen since the exile of Ashbane." A lion finished for her, rising to his feet. "I know, and I think I know how to stop it." As the three of them emerged from behind the waterfall, the once vibrant forest around them was already showing signs of the Gray Plague's advance, leaves turning ashen, flowers wilting, the very soil beneath their feet losing its rich darkness. Time was running out for the Emerald Vale, and somewhere beyond the mists, Lord Ashbane approached, coming to reclaim the knowledge he had been denied and exact revenge upon those who had cast him out. Only a lion, the guardian who had always questioned tradition, stood between him and the Vale's destruction, armed with nothing but a vial of the enemy's weapon and a desperate plan to access forbidden knowledge. In that moment, as they raced toward the sanctuary with the sound of dying plants whispering around them, a lion understood why he had always felt like an outsider among the guardians. Perhaps it took one who questioned the old ways to save them when those very ways had created their greatest threat. Story 2. The kingdom of Lemuria had known nothing but light for 1,000 years. 3 golden suns, the sisters of dawn, as the ancient texts named them, danced their eternal waltz across the cerulean sky, ensuring that darkness never touched the shimmering spires of the Crystal Palace or the flourishing fields beyond. Generations had been born, lived, and died without knowing the velvet touch of true night. The very architecture of Lemuria reflected this perpetual radiance: open pavilions, glass towers that fractured sunlight into rainbows, and gardens blooming with photoluminescent flowers that absorbed the sisters' light, to release it in cascades of color. This was the world Thorn Nightshade had been exiled from, a world now plunged into impossible darkness. He stood at the edge of the Whisperwood, the forest of silver-barked trees marking the boundary of his 5-year banishment. Before him stretched the rolling hills that led to the capital, now shrouded in a twilight that could not exist. Above, where 3 suns should shine, hung a disk of absolute darkness, a perfect void ringed by a corona of crimson fire. An eclipse, he murmured, the unfamiliar word tasting strange on his tongue. A phenomenon described only in the oldest scrolls, theoretically impossible with Lumoria's triple suns. Yet there it was, darkness devouring light, the natural order of their world overturned. Thorn adjusted the satchel containing his precious stores of herbs and tinctures. As a royal apothecary, he had once created remedies for the court's every ailment. Now, living in the wilds, he brewed potions for villages too small to appear on maps, trading healing for shelter and secrecy. The hood of his worn traveling cloak concealed features that would be instantly recognizable in the capital's sharp cheekbones inherited from his nocturne ancestors, eyes the color of twilight, and most damning, the streak of silver running through his raven-black hair, the mark of those born with affinity for forgotten lunar magics. The mark that had seen him accused of attempting to poison Queen Solaria. A rustling in the undergrowth drew his attention. He turned to find a royal messenger dismounting from an exhausted steed, the horse's flanks lathered with sweat, its breathing labored from hard riding. Master Nightshade, the messenger gasped, extending a scroll sealed with the royal sunburst. By decree of her radiance, Queen Solaria, first of her name, keeper of the eternal light, spare me the titles, Thorn interrupted, making no move to take the scroll. I'm well aware of who sent you. What I don't understand is why. My banishment has 2 more years to run. The messenger's face was grave beneath his plumed helmet. The queen is dying, Master Nightshade. And you are summoned to save her. The crystal palace of Lumoria had been designed to capture and amplify light. Each tower, each wall, each dome was constructed of carefully angled crystal panels that would normally transform the structure into a blinding beacon visible for leagues in every direction. Now, under the impossible eclipse, it stood like a ghost of itself, still beautiful, but dimmed to a spectral outline against the darkened sky. Guards flanked Thorn as he ascended the grand staircase, their expressions grim beneath their sun-emblazoned helmets. Courtiers whispered behind jeweled fans as he passed, their shock at his return barely concealed. The exile returned. The queen's poisoner, brought back to the heart of the realm he had betrayed. 5 years ago, he had been dragged down these same steps in chains, condemned by Queen Solaria's decree for crimes against the crown after the queen had collapsed during a solstice feast. His protests of innocence, his insistence that he had been framed, meant nothing against the evidence traces of Nightshade found in the queen's goblet and his own ancestral connection to the forbidden lunar arts. Now he followed the chamberlain through corridors he knew by heart, toward the royal apartments where he had once been a trusted healer. The opulence of the palace crystal chandeliers, tapestries woven with gold thread, floor mosaics depicting the kingdom's celestial heritage, failed to impress him as it once had. His years in exile had taught him the difference between true value and mere show. The queen's apartments were unnaturally silent. No ladies-in-waiting gossiped in the antechamber. No musicians played soft melodies to please the royal ear. Only royal physician Helios stood vigil outside the bedchamber doors, his face haggard with exhaustion. Nightshade, he acknowledged with a curt nod. I never thought to see you here again. Nor I. Thorn replied evenly. I was told the queen is dying. What malady troubles her that requires my particular skills? Helios's eyes darted to the guards, then back to Thorn. It is better you see for yourself. But be warned, she is changed. The bedchamber beyond was dimly lit by crystal sconces that seemed to struggle against the unnatural darkness. Heavy curtains had been drawn across the windows, and the air hung thick with the scent of medicinal herbs and incense. On the massive canopied bed lay a figure that Thorn at first failed to recognize as Queen Solaria. The queen had always been radiance embodied, golden-haired, amber-eyed, her skin glowing with the health of one blessed by the three suns. The woman before him now was a shadow of that glory. Her famous golden tresses had dulled to brittle straw. Her skin had taken on a grayish cast. But most alarming was her right hand, which lay atop the silken coverlet, the fingers elongated to unnatural proportions. The skin transformed into faceted black crystal that caught what little light existed and reflected it in fractured patterns across the ceiling. "Your radiance," Thorn said, years of court training taking over as he bowed formally. "I have come as commanded." The queen's eyes opened amber no longer, but obsidian black, with thin lines of light radiating from the pupils like cracks in dark glass. "Thorn Nightshade," she rasped. Her voice changed too, carrying an echo as if speaking from the bottom of a well. "The poisoner returns to the scene of his crime. I committed no crime." "Your radiance," Thorn replied, keeping his voice steady despite the shock of her appearance. "Though I doubt you summoned me to reopen that particular wound," a sound emerged from the queen that might have been a laugh in a healthier throat. "Ever direct. Even in the face of your sovereign's displeasure." She raised her crystallized hand, examining it in the dim light. "Tell me, apothecary, what do you see?" Thorn stepped closer, professional curiosity momentarily overriding caution. "A transmutation. Organic matter becoming mineral." He glanced at the court physician. "How long?" "It began 3 days ago," Helios answered, "coinciding with the eclipse. It spread slowly, but inexorably. Already her forearm shows signs of the change, and your remedies? Useless. As are all conventional healing magics." The queen's crystalline fingers clicked against each other, a sound like pebbles falling. "The court whispers that this is a judgment from powers forgotten, that the darkness in the sky calls to the darkness in my soul." Her black eyes fixed on Thorn. "They say only one versed in lunar lore might understand this malady." Thorn felt a cold weight settle in his stomach. "And so you summon the very man you condemned for practicing such arts. Necessity makes for strange alliances," the queen replied. "You have until the eclipse ends to cure me, Nightshade. Succeed, and your banishment is lifted. Fail," she left the threat unspoken. "And if I refuse?" Thorn asked quietly. The queen's lips curved in a smile that held no warmth. "Then I will ensure that your final 2 years of banishment are spent in the deepest cell of the sunless keep, where not even the memory of light penetrates." Before Thorn could respond, a tremor ran through the chamber. Crystal ornaments clinked against each other, and dust sifted down from the vaulted ceiling. The queen grimaced, her black eyes widening. "It comes again," she whispered. "What comes?" Thorn demanded, looking between the queen and the physician. Instead of answering, Solaria arched on the bed, her body rigid with pain. The crystallization visibly accelerated, black facets crawling up her arm like living obsidian. At the same moment, Thorn felt a pressure behind his eyes, a whisper in his mind that seemed to form words just beyond comprehension. And then, as suddenly as it began, the seizure passed. The queen collapsed back against her pillows, breathing heavily, new crystal formations glittering on her shoulder. "The visions," she said finally, her voice fainter than before. "They come with each progression of the condition, a being of shadow and light intertwined. It calls itself the Shadow Weaver. Thorn felt the blood drain from his face. That's impossible. You know this name? Helios asked sharply. It's a figure from Nocturne mythology. The Shadow Weaver is said to have existed before the three suns, a being that wove the fabric of reality from darkness and light in equal measure. Thorn's mind raced through old legends learned at his grandmother's knee. When the Sisters of Dawn rose to dominance, the Shadow Weaver was banished to the spaces between worlds, myths, and children's tales. Helios dismissed. Then explain the eclipse, Thorn challenged. Explain how three suns can be simultaneously obscured. Explain her radiance's transformation. The Queen's black eyes focused on Thorn with sudden intensity. You've seen it too, haven't you? The Shadow Weaver. In your dreams, Thorn hesitated. The truth could condemn him further, yet lying would serve no purpose now. Yes, since childhood. It was one reason I studied the old lunar arts to understand the visions. Solaria nodded slowly, as if confirming a suspicion. Then we are both chosen, it seems. Though for what purpose? I cannot say. She gestured to Helios. Leave us. I would speak with the apothecary alone after the physician departed. A heavy silence fell between monarch and exile. 5 years of bitterness and injustice hung in the air between them. I did not poison you, Thorn said finally. Though I doubt that matters now, it matters more than you know, Solaria replied, her transformed hand closing into a fist with a sound like grinding stone. Because I have always known you were innocent, the admission struck Thorn like a physical blow. What? Your exile was necessary. A protection, not a punishment. The Queen's obsidian eyes reflected fractured light. There are forces in my court that would have destroyed you had you remained, forces that feared the old knowledge you carry. I could not speak in your defense without revealing too much, so you let me be condemned? Stripped of my position, my home, my life? Thorn's voice rose despite his efforts to control it, and in doing so, ensured you would survive until you were needed. Solaria's expression showed no remorse. As you are needed now, Thorn turned away, struggling to master the surge of anger and betrayal. 5 years in the wilderness. 5 years of hiding his true name, of villagers crossing themselves when they glimpsed his silver-streaked hair, of sleeping with one eye open for fear of bounty hunters seeking to curry royal favor. The Shadow Weaver speaks to us both for a reason, Solaria continued. This eclipse, my transformation, they are merely harbingers. Something comes, nightshade. Something that threatens not just Lemuria, but the very fabric of our world, despite himself. Thorn felt a chill at her words. The visions that had haunted his sleep since childhood had intensified during his exile. Dreams of a world where light and shadow existed in balance, not eternal opposition. Dreams of a crown wrought of darkness itself, set with stars for jewels. He turned back to face her. What would you have me do, your radiance? I am no longer the court apothecary with a fully stocked laboratory at my disposal. Yet, you are the only one who might understand what happens to me. Solaria gestured to a door concealed behind a tapestry. My private study contains texts rescued from the Great Purge, works on lunar magic and the old ways. Use them. Find a cure if you can, or at least an explanation. And if what afflicts you is beyond curing, Thorn asked quietly. The Queen's transformed hand clicked against the coverlet. Then understand it well enough to ensure my successor is prepared for what comes next. As if summoned by her words, another tremor shook the chamber, stronger than before. Crystal trinkets crashed to the floor, and the heavy chandelier swayed ominously. Through the windows, visible even through the heavy curtains, came a flash of crimson light from the eclipsed sky. In that moment of illumination, Thorn saw something that stole his breath, a shadow cast on the wall behind the queen's bed. Not Solaria's shadow, but something towering and crowned, with limbs that seemed to extend beyond the confines of the chamber itself. A presence ancient beyond reckoning, watching them both through the thin veil between worlds. The Shadow Weaver had found them at last. And as darkness consumed the light of Lumoria's three sons, it seemed the old legends might prove true after all, that in perfect balance of light and shadow lay not destruction, but renewal, a new age dawning under the crown of shadows. Story 3. The ground trembled beneath the small village of Misthalo for the third time that week. Teacups rattled on shelves, chickens squawked in alarmed chorus, and the ancient bell in the temple tower rang of its own accord. Villagers exchanged worried glances across the marketplace, their conversations dying to whispers as they cast fearful eyes toward the crystal mountains that loomed in the distance, their peaks shrouded in perpetual mist. In her small apothecary shop at the edge of the village, Lyra Vilestorm steadied a wobbling shelf of delicate glass containers with practiced hands. At 20 summers, she possessed none of the weathered confidence of a master alchemist, yet the villagers had come to rely on her remedies since Master Aldrich's mysterious disappearance 3 moons ago. Her slender fingers, stained with the juice of various herbs, moved deftly to prevent a precious vial of midnight orchid essence from toppling to the stone floor. Another tremor, observed Wren, the baker's son who had been delivering fresh bread when the shaking began. Elder Thorn says it's bad omens. Says the mountains should never shake like this. Lyra tucked a strand of copper hair behind her ear, leaving a smudge of powdered valerian on her cheek. The mountains have stood longer than our stories remember, Wren. I'm sure there's a perfectly natural explanation. Even as she spoke, Lyra's eyes drifted to the locked cabinet behind her work table, the cabinet containing Master Aldrich's most enigmatic creations and journals. In the 3 months since his disappearance, she had resisted the temptation to break the elaborate lock. His final instruction had been peculiar: guard my work, child, but seek its secrets only when the earth itself awakens you 3 times. This had been the 3rd tremor. After Wren departed, Lyra closed the shop earlier than usual. Twilight cast long shadows across the herb garden as she secured the shutters and lit a single oil lamp. Its warm glow illuminated the main room with its hanging bundles of drying herbs, rows of labeled drawers containing powders and seeds, and the large oak table where she mixed her remedies. She approached the locked cabinet with a mixture of reverence and trepidation. Master Aldrich had been more than a teacher. He had been the closest thing to family she had known since being orphaned as a child. His sudden disappearance had left a void in her life and countless questions unanswered. The lock was unlike any she had seen before, an intricate mechanism of interlocking metal rings engraved with alchemical symbols. Master Aldrich had never shown her how to open it, yet he had spoken of a key hidden, where sight meets insight. After weeks of pondering this riddle, Lyra had a theory. From around her neck, she removed a crystal pendant, Aldrich's parting gift. When held at a certain angle, the faceted crystal revealed internal structures that matched the engravings on the lock. With trembling hands, she aligned the pendant with the lock and whispered the alchemical principle that Aldrich had first taught her: as above, so below. As within, so without. The lock responded with a series of soft clicks, and the cabinet door swung open. Inside lay several journals bound in leather, vials containing substances she didn't recognize, and at the center, a single crystal phial filled with a swirling liquid that seemed to contain all colors and none simultaneously. Attached to it was a note in Aldrich's familiar script: for when you hear the voice that others cannot. Trust your heart, Lyra. Before she could contemplate these cryptic words, Another tremor shook the cottage more violent than any before. Bottles crashed to the floor, and the oil lamp toppled, plunging the room into darkness as Lyra dropped to her knees for stability. This was no ordinary earthquake. It felt as though something massive was moving beneath the very foundations of the village. When the shaking subsided, an eerie silence fell, broken only by distant shouts of alarm from the village center. Lyra lit the lamp with shaking hands and quickly gathered the journals and crystal file into a leather satchel. Something told her she would need them before the night was through. Outside, the village was in chaos. People gathered in the square, pointing toward the Crystal Mountains, where an impossible sight greeted them. The perpetual mists that had shrouded the highest peaks for generations had begun to disperse, revealing a soft glow that pulsed like a heartbeat against the darkening sky. "The mountain awakens," cried Elder Thorn, his ancient voice carrying over the crowd. "The prophecy comes to pass. The crystal dragon stirs from his millennial slumber." Murmurs of fear rippled through the gathering. The crystal dragon was merely a legend, a bedtime story to frighten children into obedience. Yet as Lyra stared at the pulsing light, something stirred within her, a strange certainty that she needed to go there, to the heart of the mountain. "You cannot seriously be considering this," said Gareth, the blacksmith's apprentice and Lyra's childhood friend, when she announced her intention to climb the mountain path. "If there is truly a dragon awakening, that's all the more reason to flee, not approach. Master Aldrich was investigating something in those mountains before he disappeared," Lyra replied, adjusting the satchel on her shoulder. "These tremors, his warnings, the contents of his cabinet, they're all connected." "I can feel it," Gareth sighed, recognizing the determination in her emerald eyes. "Then I'm coming with you. Someone needs to ensure you don't become dragon breakfast." They departed as midnight approached, following an ancient trail that wound its way up the mountainside. The path grew steeper and narrower as they ascended, the air growing thin and charged with strange energy. The pulsing light grew brighter, casting crystalline shadows across the rocky terrain. 3 hours into their climb, they reached a plateau where the trail seemed to end at a sheer rock face. The stone here was different, not the rough granite of the lower slopes, but a smooth, almost glass-like surface that reflected their torchlight in rainbow fractals. "It's beautiful," whispered Gareth, "but it appears to be a dead end." As if responding to his words, another tremor shook the mountain, less violent than before but more focused, centered directly beneath their feet. The smooth rock face before them began to shift, sections sliding against each other, like pieces of an enormous puzzle, until an opening appeared, a perfectly arched doorway leading into darkness. "By all the ancient gods," breathed Gareth, taking an involuntary step backward. "Lyra, this is beyond anything we should meddle with." But Lyra wasn't listening. From within the darkness came a sound not heard with her ears, but felt within her mind. A voice, ancient and powerful, speaking in a language she shouldn't understand yet somehow did. "Approach, young alchemist. The time of awakening is upon us." With a certainty that defied explanation, Lyra stepped through the archway. Gareth, after a moment's hesitation, followed, muttering protective charms under his breath. The passage beyond descended sharply into the heart of the mountain. Crystal formations lined the walls, growing larger and more elaborate as they progressed. They emitted a soft blue light that illuminated their path, making torches unnecessary. After what seemed like hours of descent, the passage opened into a vast cavern that took their breath away. The chamber was easily large enough to house the entire village of Misthallo 10 times over. Massive crystal pillars stretched from floor to ceiling, and at the center, curled in slumber upon a raised dais, lay the subject of ancient legend, the crystal dragon. Its scales shimmered with an inner light, transparent yet somehow solid, revealing glimpses of what appeared to be galaxies swirling beneath the surface. Each breath it took slow and measured in sleep, sent ripples of light cascading through the chamber. It was magnificence incarnate, a creature of legend made flesh and crystal before their eyes. "Impossible," whispered Gareth, his face pale in the crystalline light. "And yet, here we are," Lyra replied, stepping forward as if drawn by an invisible thread. As she approached, the dragon's immense head lifted, eyes opening to reveal orbs of swirling blue energy. Its gaze fixed upon Lyra with unmistakable intelligence. "At last, the apprentice arrives. Your master spoke of you." The voice resonated directly in her mind, majestic and ancient, carrying the weight of millennia. Lyra's knees weakened, but she forced herself to stand tall. "You know Master Aldrich? Is he alive? Where is he?" "The one you call Aldrich awakened me from my long slumber with a warning. The extractors have returned those who had drained the very essence of magic from the land to fuel their quest for immortality." He sought the grimoire of essences to counter their efforts. Images flooded Lyra's mind, robed figures performing rituals at stone circles, drawing glowing energy from the earth itself, leaving barren patches where nothing would grow. She saw Master Aldrich confronting them, being captured, yet managing to send a final message through, means she couldn't comprehend. "Why me?" Lyra asked, her voice small in the vastness of the chamber. "I'm just an apprentice. I make remedies for coughs and fever not." Whatever this is, the dragon's massive head lowered until it was level with her, its crystalline breath washing over her with the scent of mountain storms and ancient magic. "You possess a rare gift, young alchemist. The ability to hear the language of essence, the fundamental tongue that speaks between all living things. Your master recognized this talent in you, even if you do not yet understand it yourself." Lyra's hand went to the satchel, to the crystal phial with its swirling contents. "And this? What did Master Aldrich leave me?" "A key. A portion of my essence freely given to him, to be used to unlock the hidden knowledge within his teachings. The potions you've learned to brew are more than simple remedies. They are fragments of a greater whole, pieces of the knowledge needed to counter the extractor's magic." The revelation struck Lyra like physical force. All those years of careful instruction, the precise measurements and unusual combinations, the insistence on certain rituals that seemed merely traditional, they had all been preparation for this moment. "I'm not ready," she whispered. "I can't possibly. None are ever ready for destiny when it calls, young one. Yet here you stand, while the fate of our world hangs in balance. The extractors grow stronger each day. Already, the land begins to wither where they have worked their arts." Another tremor shook the cavern, dislodging small crystal shards from the ceiling that shattered like glass upon the floor. The dragon rose to its full height, towering above them, wings of translucent crystal unfurling with a sound like wind chimes in a gale. Time grows short. "You must gather allies, beings of both common and uncommon nature, who understand what is at stake. I shall be the first to stand with you, but others must follow if we are to prevail." Gareth, who had remained frozen in awe until this moment, finally found his voice. "You want us to build an army? Against mages powerful enough to threaten the land itself? With what village herbalists and blacksmiths?" The dragon's gaze shifted to him, and Gareth flinched under its ancient scrutiny. "Not all strength lies in arms or magic, young smith. In the days to come, courage will prove as valuable as spellcraft and loyalty more precious than power." Lyra opened her satchel and removed the crystal phial, which now glowed with increased intensity in the dragon's presence. "Tell me what to do. How do I use this?" How do I find the grimoire? How do I save Master Aldrich? All answers lie within the knowledge you already possess, hidden in the familiar arts you've practiced your entire life. The humble potion that eases pain contains the same principle that might channel earth energies. The tincture that cures infection shares essence with the ritual that purifies tainted land. The dragon's words resonated with truth. Lyra's mind raced through years of lessons, seeing connections she had never noticed before, patterns emerging from what had seemed like disconnected teachings. The path ahead is perilous, young alchemist. But know this, the magic you wield comes not from dominance over nature, but harmony with it. Therein lies your strength against those who would take rather than receive, who would command rather than communicate. As if in response to some distant call, the crystal dragon raised its massive head, attention turning toward the cavern entrance. They sense my awakening. Even now, the extractors send their servants to investigate. We must depart, you to gather allies and unlock the secrets within your master's teachings, I to draw their attention away from you while you prepare. With a movement surprisingly graceful for its enormous size, the dragon moved toward a different passage leading deeper into the mountain network. Follow this path to emerge on the far side of the range, away from your village where they will surely look first. Trust in what you know, young alchemist. The humblest remedy may prove the mightiest weapon in the coming conflict. As Lyra and Gareth hurried down the indicated passage, the crystal dragon's parting words echoed in their minds. Remember, magic flows through all living things, binding us in ways both seen and unseen. The extractors believe this makes the world theirs to harvest. You must show them it makes us all guardians instead. The earth trembled one final time as they emerged from the mountain into the pre-dawn light. Behind them, the sound of massive wings cutting through air preceded a blinding flash as the crystal dragon took flight for the first time in a millennium, its crystalline form catching the first rays of sun in a dazzling display that would be visible for leagues in all directions. Lyra clutched Master Aldrich's journals to her chest, feeling the weight of responsibility settling upon her shoulders. The journey ahead seemed impossible, an apprentice alchemist against an ancient order of powerful mages. Yet as the crystal file pulsed warmly against her skin, she felt a strange sense of clarity. The world's magic was fading, being consumed by those who valued power over balance. And somehow, the key to stopping them lay in the humble potions she had learned to brew in a small village apothecary bottles of essence that held more wisdom and power than she had ever imagined. Story 4. The ancient city of Verdanthus stood like a magnificent crown upon the highest plateau of the Emerald Valley, its marble spires and verdant gardens visible for leagues across the misty landscape. Yet its most treasured possession remained hidden from common eyes, nestled within the heart of the great library, a repository of knowledge so vast that even the most learned scholars could spend lifetimes wandering its labyrinthine corridors and never glimpse all its secrets. It was amid these towering shelves of arcane wisdom that Ash Thornbrook found himself on this fateful autumn evening, his slender fingers tracing the spines of forgotten tomes in the restricted archives. As junior archivist to Master Librarian Ibris Quill, he had been tasked with cataloging a newly discovered collection of pre-imperial texts, a task both tedious and thrilling for someone with Ash's insatiable curiosity. Surely it must be here somewhere, he muttered, pushing his copper-rimmed spectacles higher on his nose. The torchlight caught in his amber eyes as he squinted at the faded script on a particularly ancient shelf marker. At 20 summers, Ash possessed the gangly frame of youth, with the patient demeanor of one far older, a quality that had earned him his coveted position within the hallowed walls of the great library. His hand stopped abruptly when it brushed against something that seemed to pulse beneath his fingertips. There, Wedged between crumbling historical accounts and moldering star charts lay a slim volume bound in what appeared to be bark rather than leather. Its surface was not dead and dry as one would expect, but supple and warm, almost as if it harbored life within. "What manner of book are you?" Ash whispered, carefully extracting the strange tome. The moment his palms cradled the full weight of the codex, a peculiar sensation washed over him, like the rustling of innumerable leaves in a sudden breeze. The torches flickered, and Ash felt his consciousness being pulled from his body, streaming through an emerald tunnel of light that smelled of rich soil and spring rain. When awareness returned, he was no longer Ash Thornbrook, junior archivist. He was ancient, immense, rooted deep in the soil, yet reaching toward the heavens. He could feel the slow movement of sap through his veins, the gentle unfurling of countless leaves catching sunlight. He was a tree, a sentient, ancient tree perceiving the world through senses beyond human comprehension. Just as suddenly as it had begun, the vision ended. Ash found himself sprawled across the library floor, the strange codex open beside him, its pages covered not in ink, but in what appeared to be intricate patterns formed by microscopic root systems and leaf veins. "By the eternal gardener," he gasped, scrambling to his feet. In the days that followed, Ash kept his discovery secret, even from Master Quill. Each night, he would return to the restricted archives to study the codex, learning to decipher its botanical language, a task made inexplicably easier by his brief experience of tree consciousness. The book, he discovered, was called the Codex of Green Souls, and it contained the collective memories and wisdom of an ancient civilization that had preceded humanity, one in which sentient plants had been the dominant form of intelligent life. But the Codex was more than a historical account. It was changing him. Ash began to hear whispers, the hushed conversations of potted herbs in windowsills, the slow ruminations of ancient oaks in the university courtyard, the excitable chatter of wildflowers and meadows. The green world was speaking, and somehow he could understand. It might have remained a wondrous secret between Ash and the plants of Verdanthus had the transformations stopped there. But they did not. On the 15th day after his discovery, Gardener Thyme, the university's groundskeeper, was found transformed in the conservatory. His skin turned to bark, his hair to delicate ferns, his eyes to luminous amber sap. He was alive, conscious, but fundamentally altered, and he was not alone. Throughout the lower city, reports emerged of similar transformations. Of Baker, whose arms now sprouted vines that grew perfect edible fruits, a seamstress whose fingers had become nimble stems capable of weaving living cloth, a blacksmith whose forge now burned with harmless green flame that could nonetheless melt metal. Panic rippled through Verdanthus, and with panic came accusation. Witchcraft. The accusation echoed through the vaulted ceiling of the great library as High Inquisitor Thornheart stormed in, accompanied by a contingent of the Order of the Sacred Flame. Tall and gaunt, with a shock of white hair and piercing eyes the color of steel, Thornheart cut an imposing figure in his crimson robes of office. "This abomination began here," he declared, fixing his gaze upon Master Quill. "These transformations are an affront to the natural order. They must be purged, and the source destroyed." Ash, who had been shelving books nearby, felt his heart plummet. The codex was hidden in his quarters, but somehow he knew that Thornheart would eventually trace the phenomenon back to him. Already, the Inquisitor's agents were spreading throughout the library, examining books and questioning scholars. That night, Ash made his decision. Packing the codex and a few essentials, he slipped from the city under cover of darkness, heading for the one place humans rarely ventured, the vast ancient forest that bordered Verdanthus to the north. known in legends as the Whispering Woods. The forest welcomed Ash with unexpected warmth. Where most travelers found the woods disorienting and hostile, he discovered paths that seemed to open before him, branches that bent to shield him from rain, and fruits that fell precisely when hunger gnawed at his stomach. For 7 days and nights, he traveled deeper into the emerald heart of the forest, guided by an intuition that felt both foreign and intimately familiar. On the 8th day, he entered a clearing unlike any he had ever seen. Perfectly circular, it held at its center an immense tree with bark the color of midnight and leaves that shimmered like stars. Sitting at its base was a woman, or at least a being that resembled one. Her skin was the pale green of new leaves, her hair a cascade of flowering vines that changed color with her moods, her eyes pools of golden sap that reflected ancient wisdom. "I've been expecting you, Ashen Thornbrook," she said, her voice like wind through summer leaves. "I am Willow, guardian of the first grove. How do you know my name?" Ash asked, approaching cautiously. "The trees have whispered it. The flowers have sung it. The very moss beneath your feet has spelled it out as you passed," she smiled, patting the ground beside her. "But more importantly, the Codex chose you, and that makes you known to all the green folk of this world." As Ash settled beside her, Willow explained what the Codex had only hinted at. Long before humans dominated the land, an advanced civilization of sentient plants had thrived in harmony with the world. They had created the Codex as a repository of their knowledge, hiding it away when they foresaw the rise of a new, more aggressive species, humans. But the Codex was never meant to remain hidden forever, Willow continued. It contains the memory of a time when all living things understood each other. And now, those memories are awakening in the blood of certain humans, those whose ancestors formed peaceful bonds with the green folk. Instead of seeking to dominate them, the transformations in the city, Ash realized. Those people are descendants of humans who lived in harmony with your kind, Willow nodded. The Codex has recognized them through you. It has begun the awakening, the first step toward restoring balance. Their conversation was interrupted by a distant sound, the baying of hounds. Thornheart's hunters had tracked Ash to the forest. "He cannot be allowed to find the Codex," Willow said gravely. "Thornheart is no ordinary inquisitor. He seeks the essence of the transformed ones to fuel a ritual of ascension to make himself a god-king over both human and plant alike." Over the following weeks, Ash and Willow worked tirelessly to understand the full power of the Codex. Ash discovered that his connection to it allowed him to accelerate or guide the transformations in others who carried the ancient bloodline. Meanwhile, Thornheart's forces ventured deeper into the forest, burning and cutting as they searched. When they finally came face to face with the Inquisitor in a sacred grove, Ash was shocked to see that Thornheart himself showed signs of transformation, his fingers elongated into thorn-tipped branches, his eyes glowing with an internal green fire. "You see the irony, boy?" Thornheart laughed bitterly. "I hunt that which I am becoming. But unlike these mindless transformations, I will control the change. I will harness its power." The battle that ensued was like nothing recorded in human chronicles. Trees uprooted themselves to defend the grove. Vines snared Thornheart's soldiers. And at the center of it all, Ash stood with the Codex open in his hands, finally understanding what it had been preparing him for. He was neither fully human nor plant, but something new, a bridge between worlds. As Thornheart lunged for him, Ash did not flee. Instead, he stepped forward and pressed his palm against the Inquisitor's chest. "See the truth," Ash commanded. In that moment, both were transported into the shared consciousness of the ancient forest. Thornheart witnessed the history of both civilizations, the harmony that had once existed and could exist again. He saw his own ancestral connection to the green folk, stronger even than ashes. When they returned to themselves, Thornheart fell to his knees, his transformation accelerating, but now guided by understanding rather than fear. The thorns receded, replaced by flowering branches that curved gracefully from his shoulders like wings. The prophecy of green rebirth, Willow whispered in awe. Two shall become the first of the new one who learns to listen, and one who learns to see. As the sun set over the whispering woods, Ash and the transformed Thornheart, now calling himself Rootkeeper, stood with Willow at the edge of the forest, looking toward Verdanthus. Already, gardens were spilling beyond their boundaries, buildings were sprouting living walls, and the transformed citizens moved freely among those still fully human, teaching a new way of coexistence. The Codex of Green Souls had fulfilled its purpose. It had planted the seed of a new world, one where the wisdom of ancient plants and the innovation of humankind would grow together, entwined like branches reaching for the same light. Story 5. High above the mist-shrouded lowlands, where common folk toiled upon the earth, the magnificent city of Etheria floated like a crown of jewels suspended in the heavens. Its crystalline spires caught the sunlight and scattered it in 1,000 directions, creating perpetual rainbows that danced across the cloud-strewn sky. Great arcane engines hummed beneath the city's foundations, drawing power from the ley lines that crisscrossed the firmament, keeping Etheria aloft through ancient magic few still understood. In the eastern quarter of the floating citadel, nestled between the Academy of Celestial Studies and the Imperial Gardens, stood the modest tower of Alara Dawnlight, master apothecary to the Celestial Court. Unlike the ostentatious structures surrounding it, Alara's workshop was a practical affair of blue-tinged glass and polished silver, its walls lined with thousands of vials containing liquids that shifted and swirled with hypnotic movements. Most precious among these were the tiny crystal phials stored in a locked cabinet of moonstone, each containing a single drop of dew collected during previous blue solstices, those rare celestial events when Etheria's 3 moons aligned perfectly with the sun. On this particular morning, Alara stood before her workbench, her long fingers stained with various alchemical substances, carefully measuring a silvery liquid into a beaker of swirling blue. At 32, she was in her prime, her auburn hair streaked with premature silver that she attributed to years of exposure to temporal reagents. Her eyes, an unusual shade of violet, narrowed in concentration as she added 3 precisely timed drops. Just so, she murmured as the mixture emitted a soft chime and solidified into a translucent crystal that pulsed with inner light. Another successful time dilation potion capable of slowing the flow of time around its consumer by precisely 7 heartbeats. Such potions had made her reputation in Etheria and earned her the imperial appointment 5 years prior. The sudden pounding at her door nearly caused her to drop the precious crystal. With an irritated sigh, she set it carefully in a velvet-lined box before casting a quick charm to unlock the door. "Master Dawnlight," gasped the imperial messenger who burst into her chamber, his ceremonial silver robes disheveled from evident haste. "You must come at once. The Emperor has collapsed." Within the hour, Alara found herself in the rarely seen imperial bedchamber, a cavernous room dominated by a massive bed carved from a single piece of enchanted cloudstone. Around it stood the 12 members of the Imperial Council, their faces grave beneath their ornate headdresses. Upon the bed lay Emperor Terrian IV. His youthful features, he was but 26, contorted in pain, his normally radiant skin turned ashen gray. Grand Physician Morveus, a thin man with calculating eyes, beckoned Alara closer. "The poison defies conventional identification," he whispered. "It seems to be shifting in his bloodstream." Each time we isolate it for extraction, it transforms into something unrecognizable. Elara nodded grimly. Time flux venom, she said. Rare and virtually impossible to procure unless one has access to the Chronos wasps that nest in the forgotten ruins of old Etheria. Can you cure him? Demanded High Chancellor Vex, his jeweled staff of office tapping impatiently against the marble floor. Perhaps, Elara replied, already mentally cataloging the ingredients she would need. But I must know when exactly the poisoning occurred to correctly calibrate the antidote. The investigation that followed revealed little. The Emperor had been in perfect health during the morning council session, had taken lunch privately in his study, and had fallen ill during afternoon meditation. No food taster had detected anything amiss, no guard had observed any suspicious visitors, and the Imperial Scryer had found no magical intrusions. As days passed and the Emperor's condition worsened, Elara worked tirelessly in her tower. Conventional antidotes failed one after another against the temporally shifting poison. In desperation, she resorted to her most precious resource, the blue solstice dew, using a drop from the previous alignment to temporarily stabilize the Emperor's condition, while she continued her research. It was during her third sleepless night that she discovered something troubling in the Emperor's personal grimoire, brought to her workshop for examination. Hidden among state documents and personal reflections was a detailed study of the upcoming blue solstice, now just 30 days away, including arcane calculations for a ritual that would use the combined power of the aligned celestial bodies to permanently halt the flow of time throughout Etheria. Immortality, Elara whispered in horror. He seeks to freeze us all in an eternal moment. The implications were staggering. Such manipulation of cosmic forces would not merely affect Etheria, but would create ripples throughout the fabric of reality itself. The world below might age and crumble to dust while Etheria remained unchanged, or worse, the disruption might tear the very foundations of existence asunder. Her contemplation was interrupted by a soft scraping at her window. Outside, hovering in the night air, was a mechanical hummingbird crafted of copper and sapphire, a messenger construct of the type used by the mysterious Fate Weavers, an ancient order that operated in the shadows of Etherian society. Tied to its delicate foot was a scrap of parchment bearing a single line in elegant script. The poison was merciful compared to what comes with the blue solstice, against all protocol, and at great personal risk. Elara did what no Imperial appointee had done in generations. She descended to the lowlands. Using one of her time dilation potions to slip past the celestial guards at the edge gates, she took a maintenance orb down through the cloud layer to the world below. The lowlands were not what she had been taught. Instead of a barren wasteland, she found lush forests and thriving settlements among the ruins of the ancient civilization that had preceded Etheria's ascension. And it was in one such ruin, the crumbling remains of a once great observatory, that she met Kalen. He emerged from the shadows like a specter, tall and lean, with eyes the color of thunderclouds and long silver hair bound in intricate braids. The sigils tattooed on his forearms marked him as one of the exiled Etherians cast down for crimes against the Empire. "I've been expecting you, Master Dawnlight," he said, his voice carrying the melodious accent of the old Imperial court. "The stars whispered of your coming. You know who I am?" Elara asked, her hand instinctively moving toward the defensive amulet at her throat. All who study the blue solstice know of Elara Dawnlight, the Empire's premier temporal alchemist. He gestured toward a table laden with ancient tomes and astrolabes. "And those who understand its true nature have been watching you most carefully over the next days." Kalen revealed truths that shook Elara to her core. The Fate Weavers, of which he was a senior member, had not poisoned the Emperor out of malice, but necessity, a desperate attempt to prevent him from completing a ritual that would have catastrophic consequences. But most shocking was the revelation about the true nature of the blue solstice alignment. It is not merely a celestial event, Kaelin explained as they stood in the observatory's central chamber, where a complex mechanism tracked the movements of the heavens. It is the momentary weakening of the barriers that were established after the sundering the ancient cataclysm that split our world in two and sent Etheria skyward, according to texts preserved by the Fate Weavers, during the last blue solstice 1,000 years ago. A being of immense power in Archmagus called Thelon, the Timeless, had attempted a similar ritual to that planned by the Emperor. The ritual had partially succeeded before being interrupted, trapping Thelon in a state of temporal suspension, neither living nor dead, but crystallized between moments. And now, as the solstice approaches again, the temporal disturbances are allowing Thelon's consciousness to reach across the divide, Kaelin concluded. He has been whispering to your Emperor for months, guiding him toward completing what was left unfinished. Then the poison was meant to silence those whispers. We underestimated how deeply Thelon's influence had already taken root. Together, they formulated a desperate plan. Using Ilara's unparalleled knowledge of temporal alchemy and Kaelin's understanding of the ancient magical infrastructure that still connected Etheria to the lowlands, they would create a counter-ritual to not only prevent the Emperor's scheme, but also finally free Thelon from his millennial prison. As the blue solstice drew near, Ilara returned to Etheria with new purpose. The Emperor, sustained by her temporary remedies, had recovered enough to announce a grand ritual to ensure Etheria's eternal prosperity during the solstice. None on the Imperial Council questioned him, either out of loyalty or fear. On the eve of the solstice, as preparations for the Imperial ritual reached their zenith, Ilara made a discovery that nearly broke her resolve. Among the ancient texts Kaelin had given her was an illuminated manuscript showing the original Archmagus Thelon, a figure with violet eyes and silver-streaked auburn hair, bearing an uncanny resemblance to Ilara herself. Not resemblance, she realized with sudden clarity. Identity, memories that could not possibly be hers flooded her mind, constructing the great engines that kept Etheria aloft, developing the first temporal potions, and finally, the desperate attempt to prevent the sundering through manipulation of time itself. She was not merely connected to Thelon. She was his reincarnation, her soul having found its way back to complete what had been left undone. The blue solstice dawned with unprecedented spectacle. The three moons hung perfectly aligned in a sky turned indigo by their combined light. In the Imperial Plaza, the Emperor stood before thousands of citizens, arms raised as he began the ritual that would freeze them in eternal perfection. Beneath the floating city, in the ruins of the ancient observatory, Kaelin activated the counter-ritual, channeling power through the old ley lines that still bound the separated worlds. And in her tower, Ilara performed the final component, a ritual of temporal resonance that required the willing sacrifice of her own tears, shed with the full knowledge of who she had been and what she must give up. Each drop that fell into the waiting ceremonial bowl contained not just her essence, but the accumulated wisdom of 1,000 years of existence. As the three moons reached perfect alignment, a beam of indigo light shot from the Emperor's ritual circle, racing toward the heavens. Simultaneously, a surge of power rose from Kaelin's observatory, meeting Ilara's tears as they evaporated into a silvery mist. The three forces collided in spectacular fashion, creating a temporal shockwave that swept across Etheria. For one breathless moment, time itself paused not in the eternal stasis the Emperor had sought, but in a perfect harmony of past, present, and future. In that moment, Ilara came face to face with her former self, the imprisoned consciousness of Thelon reaching across the millennium that separated them. "Finish what I began," the ancient voice echoed in her mind, not by stopping time, but by healing the sundering. When time resumed its flow, the emperor stood confused in the plaza, Thelan's influence purged from his mind. Throughout Etheria, the citizens marveled at a strange new sensation, connection to the world below that many had forgotten existed. And from her tower, Elara watched as the first tenuous bridge of light stretched from Etheria toward the lowlands, the beginning of a reunification that would take years to complete. The blue solstice passed, but its effects remained a reminder that some tears are not shed in sorrow, but in healing, and that time, like the world itself, was never meant to be divided. Story 6. Blood-red cinnabar flowers swayed in the twilight breeze along the contested borderlands, their delicate petals catching the last golden rays of the setting sun. For generations, these rare blooms had served as both the salvation and the curse of the kingdom of Thornhelm, their nectar yielding healing elixirs powerful enough to close mortal wounds, yet their growth restricted to this dangerous frontier shared with their ancient enemy, the shadowy realm of Eshkaver. Duke Rowan Blackthorn knelt among the crimson blossoms, his fingers deftly harvesting the precious flowers and storing them in special silver containers designed to preserve their potency. Despite his noble title and royal blood, Rowan preferred the practical attire of the Thornhelm Apothecary Corps' dark leather reinforced with flexible steel plates, multiple pockets filled with vials and implements, and the silver oak leaf insignia that marked him as a master of herbal medicine. At 30, the king's youngest son had long ago set aside ambitions of the throne, finding his calling instead in the healing arts. His raven hair was pulled back in a simple warrior's knot, revealing keen emerald eyes that could identify a medicinal herb at 50 paces or spot an Ashkavarian scout in the densest underbrush. "My lord," whispered Sergeant Briar, his seasoned scout materializing from the shadows. The patrol reports movement to the east. Ashkavarian forces larger than usual. Rowan nodded grimly, securing the last cinnabar bloom. "We've collected enough for the field hospitals." Signal the retreat. His deep voice carried the natural authority of royal lineage, though he wielded it rarely and with care. They never reached the safety of Thornhelm's border forts. The ambush came with uncanny precision, as if the Ashkavarians had known exactly where Rowan's party would emerge from the whispering glade. Black-clad warriors, their faces concealed behind unsettling bone masks carved to resemble snarling beasts, struck from all directions. The air filled with the distinctive hiss of poison-tipped arrows, the infamous whispers of death that had made Eshkaver's Witch King infamous throughout the realms. "Protect the Duke," Sergeant Briar shouted, throwing himself in front of his liege lord, just as a volley of arrows descended. Rowan fought with the measured precision of one trained since childhood in the martial arts, his twin shortswords flashing in the dying light as he cut down 3 attackers. But skill and courage could not overcome such overwhelming numbers. A blow to his temple sent him sprawling into darkness, the precious cinnabar collection clutched instinctively to his chest, even as consciousness fled. He awakened to the sound of bubbling liquid and the acrid scent of unfamiliar alchemical compounds. His head throbbed mercilessly as he forced his eyes open, revealing a chamber unlike any he had seen before. Curved walls of black volcanic glass rose to a vaulted ceiling where crystalline formations cast prismatic light across the room. Elaborate distillation apparatus lined stone tables, their contents ranging from viscous liquids black as midnight to vapors that shifted through impossible colors. "The royal apothecary awakens," came a voice like grinding stone, speaking the common tongue with an accent that seemed to emerge from the depths of forgotten caves. Rowan struggled against the restraints binding him to a high-backed chair carved from a single piece of obsidian. "If you mean to torture me for Thornhelm's alchemical secrets, save your effort." I'll die before betraying my kingdom. A figure emerged from the shadows, tall and imposing, clad in robes woven with intricate sigils that seemed to absorb rather than reflect light. Upon his head sat a crown fashioned from black thorns that appeared to be growing directly from his brow, drops of dark liquid occasionally beating at their tips before being absorbed back into his pale skin. His face, partly concealed by the crown's shadows, revealed features that might once have been handsome before time and dark magic had hollowed them. The infamous Witch King of Ashcaver, Rowan breathed, masking his fear with contempt. A title I neither chose nor embrace, the figure replied, moving to a workbench where he methodically crushed cinnabar petals Rowan's harvested blooms into a mortar. And you are Duke Rowan Blackthorn, youngest son of Thornhelm's aging king, master of battlefield medicine, and by all accounts, the only royal with more intelligence than ambition. You seem well informed for a tyrant who never leaves his shadowy realm. Knowledge is the only true currency. Duke Blackthorn, the Witch King added crystalline powder to the crushed flowers, which immediately began to smoke. Do you know what happens when cinnabar nectar is combined with essence of night orchid? Rowan's eyes widened involuntarily. That mixture is highly toxic indeed. Yet when catalyzed with starlight silver and the tears of a phoenix, the Witch King added 2 more substances, causing the mixture to stabilize into a gleaming black liquid. It becomes an agent of revelation. No truth can hide from it, yet it harms no living tissue. Impossible. Rowan leaned forward despite himself, professional curiosity momentarily overriding his situation. The molecular structure of cinnabar nectar would destabilize completely when processed using conventional Thornhelm methods. Yes, for the first time, something approaching amusement entered the Witch King's voice. Your kingdom's alchemy, while impressive, remains rooted in traditions that limit its potential. The Witch King dipped a thin brush into the mixture and approached Rowan, who tensed against his bonds. I have no interest in extracting Thornhelm's secrets, Duke Blackthorn. I have brought you here because time grows short, and you are possibly the only person from your kingdom capable of seeing beyond generations of hatred to recognize the truth. Before Rowan could respond, the Witch King drew the brush in a single flowing motion across his forehead. The liquid burned cold against his skin, and suddenly the chamber seemed to dissolve around him. He found himself floating above the borderlands, but transformed. The cinnabar flowers now glowed with an unnatural purple light, their roots extending deep into the earth in vast networks that converged beneath the mountain range separating the 2 kingdoms. What he witnessed next defied comprehension. Deep beneath the mountains lay a colossal entity, part plant, part crystal, part flesh, a hibernating being of such immense proportions that its body stretched for leagues in every direction. The cinnabar flowers were not merely plants but extensions of this entity, drawing sustenance, not from soil and sun, but from the ambient life force of the surrounding lands. And with each healing elixir brewed in Thornhelm, with each life saved by cinnabar's miraculous properties, the entity stirred closer to wakefulness. The vision dissolved, and Rowan found himself gasping in the obsidian chair, sweat dampening his tunic as the Witch King regarded him impassively. What was that? Rowan demanded, his voice hoarse. The Ancient One. God. Monster. The scrolls name it differently across the ages, the Witch King replied. It slumbers beneath our shared lands, and has done so since before either of our kingdoms existed. The flowers you so carefully harvest are its feeders, and each healing miracle they perform transfers life energy directly to it. That's absurd, Rowan protested, yet even as he spoke, his analytical mind began connecting pieces that had long troubled him. The strange molecular structure of cinnabar nectar that defied natural laws, the way the flowers grew only along the border, the increasing frequency and potency of the blooms in recent decades. For centuries, my kingdom has fought to limit Thornhelm's harvest of the flowers, the Witch King continued, not out of malice or territorial ambition, but necessity. Our poisoned weapons, our fearsome reputation, all carefully cultivated to minimize direct conflict while preventing excessive use of the flower's power. You expect me to believe that Ashgaver has been protecting the realm all this time? Rowan scoffed. Your armies have killed thousands of my countrymen, as yours have killed mine. War is an effective deterrent to overharvesting, is it not? The Witch King moved to a far table and returned with an ancient scroll. 3 months ago, our seers detected a change in the Ancient One's slumber. It stirs toward consciousness for the first time in millennia. He unrolled the scroll, revealing diagrams of a circlet fashioned from black thorns interwoven with cinnabar stems, a crown both beautiful and terrible in its complex design. The crown of thorns, the Witch King explained, forged in the First Age by alchemists from both our kingdoms, before the sundering that made us enemies. It is said to be capable of binding the Ancient One's consciousness, preventing its full awakening. Rowan studied the diagrams, his alchemical expertise recognizing the brilliance of the design, even as skepticism lingered. And why reveal this to me? Why not approach Thornhelm openly? A bitter laugh escaped the Witch King. Would your father's court listen to the monster their nursery tales have vilified for generations? Would they believe the healing flowers that have saved countless Thornhelm lives are actually parasites feeding an abomination? Fair point, Rowan conceded. But why me specifically? The Witch King hesitated, then reached up to remove his crown of thorns. As the shadowy headpiece left his brow, his features shifted, the hollowness receding, the pallor warming. The face that emerged from behind the magical disguise struck Rowan like a physical blow. It was like looking into a mirror, the same emerald eyes, the same strong jawline, though the other man's features were harder, marked by years of burden that Rowan had never known. Because, Duke Rowan Blackthorn, you are the only one who might believe his twin brother. The revelation struck like lightning. Rowan had known he was a twin. Palace whispers had followed him since childhood about the brother who had died at birth. Yet here stood that brother, very much alive, transformed into the dreaded Witch King of legend. Thorn, Rowan whispered the name their mother had chosen before the supposed tragedy. How? A prophecy, a desperate choice, and a lifetime of preparation, Thorn replied. The seers foretold that only one twin would survive to manhood unless they were separated at birth. One raised in light to master the healing arts, one raised in shadow to master the forbidden knowledge necessary when the Ancient One stirred over the following days, as Rowan's compatriots in Thornhelm undoubtedly mounted search parties and prepared for war. The twin brothers worked feverishly in the obsidian laboratory. Rowan's expertise in cinnabar alchemy complemented Thorn's mastery of shadow essence, their combined knowledge exceeding what either kingdom possessed alone. The creation of the crown of thorns demanded sacrifice from both. Rowan contributed his royal blood, carrying the essence of Thornhelm's ancient bloodline. Thorn contributed the shadow magic that had sustained him through years of isolation. Together, they wove enchantments into the crown's twisted frame that would bind the Ancient One without destroying it, for its complete death would trigger cataclysmic consequences for both realms. Their work neared completion as reports arrived of 2 armies converging on the border, Thornhelm forces seeking their missing prince, and the Celestial Purifiers, a fanatical order that had discovered the Ancient One's existence and sought to deliberately awaken it, believing it to be a god whose consciousness would elevate them to divinity. We must move quickly, Thorn urged as they put the finishing touches on the crown. The Purifiers have infiltrated both our kingdoms for decades. If they reach the convergence point before us, Rowan nodded grimly, understanding now why his brother had risked everything to bring him to Eshkaver. Neither of them alone could have created the crown or wielded it effectively. Only together, combining their inherited powers and acquired knowledge, could they hope to prevent catastrophe. As they prepared to depart for the sacred site deep beneath the mountains, where the Ancient One's consciousness was most vulnerable, Rowan paused to study his brother, this man he had been raised to consider an enemy, who had orchestrated a lifetime of preparation for this single moment. "When this is done," Rowan said quietly, "there will be much to rebuild between our kingdoms." Thorn's expression softened momentarily, revealing a glimpse of what might have been in another life. "If we succeed, brother, perhaps the crown of thorns will bind more than just the Ancient One. Perhaps it will heal the sundering that has kept our realms divided for too long. Together, the twin princes of divided kingdoms descended into the depths, carrying between them the burden of a crown that might save or doom them all, forged from sacrifice, knowledge, and the unlikely brotherhood of light and shadow united against a greater darkness."